Okay, hello everyone, welcome to today's episode. The title is Geometrical Voices in Unknown Universal Pockets. First, the idea was inside the geometrical voices inside the pocket of God, but then I thought of taking a different angle and sharing more of a multidimensional context than a non-dual unified one. Geometrical voices in unknown universal pockets. There's two ideas here that are infusing in my inner realms. It is that of geometry being a sort of hidden skeleton of the world, and the notion of the black hole. Now, black holes, I've read what's been said on it so far, and I can tell you that I want to share an approach which I have unheard, that I've not heard anywhere. It was just something I was fathoming. It was pretty much, I was wondering about a black hole in a two-dimensional plane. Then I thought, what if the black hole is like a pocket of a bowling ball? Like, for a second, I honestly felt like in some of my writings a while ago, this pen just ran out of ink. Just hold on, guys. I'll be back. Okay. So, pretty much, guys, in other talks I'd shared, I called it the bowling ball theory on black holes, and pretty much I wondered if you look at a bowling ball, we're inside a hole. We're inside the pocket of perhaps a higher dimensional sphere. So for me, black holes appear as either they are an entrance to somewhere, or we are inside them. Or we are either outside of the black hole or we're inside the black hole. That means so many people are like, I want to see what inside of a black hole looks like. There's a huge potential we are inside of it. Now, I was thinking about this notion. How fascinating would it be if you notice a bowling ball? You would notice that there is three holes. I'm just suggesting that there's a view that we are inside a black hole, similar to a pocket of a bowling ball. It's just a suggestion, folks. But we do know that everything has geometry to it. Our comprehension of the dimensions of the realm, even our sciences are geometrical. There's a geometrical analysis on the functions of phenomena. Nature's voice is geometrical. There is a geometrical commonality in every experience. I remember years ago I gave this talk called Black Holes and White Holes, but the hole was spelled with a W. And I wondered about the contrast of the state where man doesn't know there is missing unknown variables in the reality. So between the known and the unknown, between the revolving door, between the known and the unknown, man is projecting known design upon unknown space. All of knowledge has been this attempt. the attempt to overlay design upon design, upon unknown design, known design upon unknown design. All knowledge is geometry upon a blank page. Not a blank page, but a page that we are not sure what was written before. You know, it's like treating the human being as if it's a sentence in a book. There are other sentences written aside from the existence of certain moments. I'm just suggesting the idea that imagine there are higher dimensional beings. Just imagine. Now imagine, or I'll say even a better metaphor. Imagine in your pocket you have a coin. You have a coin or you have a sphere. Let's say you have a metal sphere or a marble, something, some let's say spherical object in your pocket. Imagine you're walking and you put a spherical object in your pocket. Now, let us say over time, that spherical object, there comes bacteria in your pocket. Let's say I don't know, you don't wear the pants for years. But I'm saying, like, imagine there's bacteria on that marble in your pocket. So I'm kind of saying it's as if the black hole, there's a note. I'm just sharing a view that if we are inside it, it's kind of like a higher dimensional pocket where on a marble there is bacteria. Life has emerged on a geometrical landscape. So for us to deny that there is a geometrical mystery to the realm is ignorance. You see, the issue is institutionalization in a sense that, in the way that Michel Foucault, this French philosopher, shared it. Michel Foucault was saying that back in the day, ideas were not very strictly judged. That in some sense, the king had a jester, you know? That the strange were not strange because the whole world was strange to everybody. But as the world became familiar in certain ways, it became easier and easier to discriminate. You know, when everybody wears their own crown, there is no king in the land. So anyways, guys, back to this notion of the institutionalization of natural difference. It became less and less acceptable for the strange to be in a strange world when the strange world was accepted in certain contexts. You know what it is? It's imagine you not being at your home. Imagine you leaving your house, you coming back, and you seeing that it's as if there is other people living in your house, you know, and they are even saying it's not your house. What I'm saying is that existence has an authorization to exist regardless of reason or its lack. Existence is nature, you know? That means there is in some sense, we don't look at a human being and we're like, rationally, we don't need that kind of human being, let's get rid of it. We don't think like that. Why is that? Because we understand that nature has a value that surpasses any sort of discriminatory categorization of it, that it's an event. Now, what has happened is that when we stepped out of the jungle, just think about it from an evolutionary sense, that we were under the administration of the ecosystem. The ecosystem was our imagination. Think way before language. Linguistic professors say there was meaning before there was language. There was activity without purpose before purpose. Before teleology, we were just roaming nature. And then nature opened its eyes to the subjective evolution. The issue is that just like the alphabet is not increasing, we're not creating new letters to the alphabet. Similarly, when it's coming to the acceptance of how reality is, we're not choosing to expand that alphabet. The main reason is Friedrich Nietzsche saw this coming. Friedrich Nietzsche said God is dead and man killed him. What that meant is the potential for even to the degree of eccentric unknown variables was removed. Do you know that means we accepted one language over all the other dialects? You know, when nationalism took place, people were speaking different languages in countries. There wasn't one language, different dialects. You know, some words similar, some words not. But once the nation took an individual identity, once the chunk of the land took itself seriously and declared a single language, then it was as if everybody in the land who had dialects, who had other perceptions, they all had to focus on that one language. So there is something that on one level our progress is a unification, but while that unification occurs, various perspectives on reality get dismissed. So it is survival of not just the fittest, but it is the survival of the fittest technology. We are the fittest biological technology, you can say. But there is language as a technology as well. And so what I'm trying to tell people is that the world has never been the same. No two human beings ever on this planet have looked at the same world. They might have looked at the same physical landscape, but not the same implication of the physical landscape. Behind our eyes, there's a room where our memories and our visualizations dwell. The inner realms is accessible. We just don't know it because we don't acknowledge it. Because we have accepted the world as stone before we could see it move differently. It is true. Atoms don't need stories. Atoms never needed story. Energy doesn't care what you call it. And all that knowledge has been human beings opening their eyes on a rock in the middle of nowhere and being what else, what else, what else. That is evolution. You know, you can say sometimes, yes, it is true. You make decisions based on survival, trying to survive in the fittest way. But now we're not making decisions based on survival. We're making decisions based on the entertainment of that expansion of the inner realm. That means we don't want just physical experiences from life anymore. We are observing it now. And the observance is reaching a point where it's moving beyond subjectivity, and people are wondering, all right, so we mastered moving as an object, we mastered moving as a subject, what next? And so it's the evolution of language, as Wittgenstein says, the limits of my language are the limits of my world. The way you are telling the story is how you're allowing the world to move in your mind. For there will always be disagreements. The first thing you learn about political science, and when you study it, when you look at political science and how the politics of the world has emerged, there is never a moment on this plane of existence 100% agreement. The more minds in the room, the more ways the world could have moved. You see, you will get scars on the battlefield, but if you consider the scar as a defeat, you have been defeated before your attempt. Dylan Thomas looked at his father on his deathbed, and he said, "Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light." I would say if Dylan Thomas was not just saying that to his father, or Dylan Thomas was a Buddhist and was saying that to his father, knowing that his father would poetically reincarnate in a Buddhist context, it would be a situation where you are saying, "Do not go gentle into that good night, rage against the dying of the light." The light is the limits of your perception. So to rage against the dying of the light is to rage against the choking out of the unknown variables of the realm with specified knowledge that has just been given a loud microphone. Trust me, the mind of man is no stranger to war. We have all breathed through chaos and order. But now there is coming a time for a decision. Now, I didn't want to take the context so intensely, so quickly, but due to our Russian friend, maybe I have to raise my voice. But the idea is that geometrical voices in unknown universal pockets is the suggestion of other possible ways that reality is moving that we may not have seen. On some level, there is just a design analysis of existence. Then when there is the addition of time, there comes the story of the individual. You know, Einstein says we created time so everything doesn't happen at all at once. So what does that mean? That means any state of mind where there is no time, it's an all-at-once moment. When they say time flies when you're having fun, for example, when children are playing, I remember when I was young, I would hear this when I would play tag. You know, it was, and the reason was, it was why, what was the point of having fun and time flying by? Because when you're having fun, you're engaged on a design level with the activity of the moment. But when you are not 100% or completely engulfed in an activity in the moment, you can stretch time. It is a projection. That means just like we have to look at our watch, that's the biggest sign that time is man-made. You see, it is too easy to say it is all oneness. And it is too easy to say it's nothing, and it's in the specifics where the challenge lies. There's a quote from Zen Master Dogen, and guys, I'm not joking. I was in China. I was in China with my uncle, and for a business trip. This was like maybe 2 years ago. And when we went to China, there was a moment where I saw these two monks just sitting on the corner of this curb in China, and they had a specific set of garb. It seemed like, to me, they were monks. And so I had this strange moment where I went on Google Translate. I had this strange feeling. I went on Google Translate, translated the dialogue, the sentence of the Zen quote of Zen Master Dogen, which I'm going to tell you right now, and I showed it to the monk. And I was like, this random monk is like this from the ignorance of the world, you know. Somebody showed clarity, but the idea is that Zen Master Dogen, the Zen Master, he was somebody. It was as if like somebody was late for work, and in the middle, they just quickly and honestly came and asked Zen Master Dogen, "Hey man, what's Buddhism about? I gotta go to work. Tell me quick," you know. And Zen Master Dogen was as if, imagine like he's seeing the sincerity of the person, and he's like, "Oh shit, this guy's actually honestly wants to know," you know. So Zen Master Dogen says to follow Buddha's path is to study the self. That is the biggest homework assignment on this planet. If anybody is caring for education, there's nothing more than that. So, Zen Master Dogen says study the self. And then he says to study the self, if you do want to study the self, you know, To study the self is to forget the self. And the final part of it is to forget the self is to awaken to the nature of all things. Now, if you take the dimensions of this quote and look at them one by one, it's as if what the Buddha was doing, what all human beings, what psychologists, philosophers are doing, they are studying dimensions of the self through different angles. The emergence of conscious selfhood is every branch of knowledge, whether it knows it or not, is indirectly contributing to that observation. So when we go to study ourselves, have you noticed that in order to study something, you have to be separate from it? Have you noticed that? That means you can study a book, a concept, something that you can observe. So if you are to study the self, you have to observe yourself. But in order to observe yourself, you're not a self. You're the observer. So this is why Zen Master Dogen is saying when you go to study the self, you're going to suddenly realize the only way to actually notice the self is to forget the self. That means anytime in this world the person has thought they're an ego, the one considering it is not the ego. Anything of observable value, there is also a sort of space for superior consideration. You know, it's like wondering, do you want a political system where sheeps are arguing, or do you want a political system that lions are arguing? Is it better to have lions as leaders or sheep? This is the question. If we have sheep, the past is going to smile because the past is its own sheep. Anybody who does an action mainly because of a past idea has forgotten the value of the new idea. That means I honor the archaic. For me, any ideology shared with me, any idea, even when I look at, for me, philosophy is just looking at how different people looked at the world. For me, there's no such thing as a philosopher, scientist. Philosophy, science, these are approaches, these are methods, these are zooming in certain details of the realm. You can say knowledge could be a reaction to the lack of contentment of even being unknown. But it's also more than that. You know what it is? It's like we think it's just us here. Because we have prioritized the self over the world. When you see that the world was here before you, something strange happens. No longer you are the center of the attention of the universal activity. There was something I knew. I don't know how I knew it before giving these talks, but I knew that at some point it would happen. That any activity that is done a lot will be seen from multiple angles. That means if I had just given one talk, one person would have seen one view could have been seen in multiple views. But now it's like multiple views are being seen in multiple views. And the value cannot be singular the more dimensions there are added. What does that mean? That means honestly, if I'm in a room and I'm speaking to, let's say, a crowd of 10 people, and suddenly like 20 more people join in, that's a different, that literally, I don't know, but that literally in my inner realms shifts the way I would speak. Because the position, the presence of a mind in the room is the presence of an unknown way the moment can extend. Right now in society, it's ideological Hunger Games. We're all very civilized, gentle discord, but in the ideological, like if you go see these videos on the European Parliament or the UK Parliament, or just literally how policies are being sent into motion, there's an intensity. There's an intensity of various views to step on the same stage to have their voice heard, you know? For me, I stopped playing the game of whack-a-mole with being an object and subject. What do I mean by that? This doesn't mean I am denying my objective being. This does not mean I'm denying my subjective doing. It just means, just like Charles Bukowski, he has this, it's his last Earthbound interview. And he, in that interview, the guy's like asking Charles Bukowski, first of all, I don't know if people know him, but he is one of the most unique writers on this planet, you know? Honest, he's like, he spoke honestly about suffering. Because usually, and you see in media, we're trying to make the world seem better than it is, you know. But Charles Bukowski was like, "It's fucked up. I'm gonna share this," you know. And so Charles Bukowski, the interviewer was, I mean, it was okay interview, but in the interviewer asked Charles Bukowski, he's getting older, this prolific writer, and he says, "Are you afraid of death?" And I've seen that question answered by various yogis and mystics in different videos online. But for it to hear it from Charles Bukowski, and he gave an answer so incredible. He gave an answer in the way where he said, in life, after a while, you start seeing patterns. You start seeing it repeat. You start noticing its cyclical nature, and then the fear goes away due to the repetition of how familiar it is to you. So, you know, there's a view where the person is becoming familiar with the system, so if they're introduced to the unfamiliar, they'll dislike it. But there's some people who have been so familiar with the system, they're like, oh my God, when's the unfamiliar going to get here? You know, so there is that kind of approach. So Charles Bukowski, he was saying to the interviewer as if, I'm not afraid of death because I have seen the patterns of this realm, of this world. And just like, you know, you're, let's say, seeing I mean, I haven't had the privilege yet, but let's say you're seeing like one of these giant mansions in like around the world, you know? And it's like going and seeing all the rooms. And imagine it's like living in the same space for so long that the being is seeking survival anymore, is rather seeking survival not just in the fittest way, in the newest way. We are just like we want fresh air, we want novelty in our lives. Now that novelty can become self-generated, or the person cannot have a self and the world will surprise them. I got that. I reached that conclusion. What do I mean by that? That means there was a point where I was running after potential. Then I'm like, okay, it's 50-50. How do I know what the future is going to happen? Like I could have an idea on it, and at worst, like everything I'm saying in these talks, I'm saying to some degree it could be like 50-50. Because there's so many different phases of life. You can imagine you saying civilization is good, or you just saying civilization is bad. Now that sentence right now, imagine we say civilization is good. Some people are going to be like, no man, it's not good, it's bad, you know? But if that sentence it passes the test of time, who knows? It may be bad now, it may be good later. Then it may suddenly become bad. So it's an oscillation between variables that are giving it a sort of allegiance to a side of the spectrum. See, the thing is, you can either accept the value system in the moment and just continue, or you can realign the value system by observing the phenomena before inputting anything in the system. So it's like reading something before saying something, and then I'm just saying, like, there is the faculty of intelligence in the sense that we are observers. This ability to observe the realm means information isn't a statue. We're not living in a picture. We're living in a film. In a film where free will is the immediate actor. Now, if you look at it, I'll show you a picture. I'll show you a picture so people are like, okay, Mr. Within, maybe you like geometry a little too much. I'll tell you, let me tell you why I like it, because of this. These are snowflakes, guys. These snowflakes look like geometrical blueprints of engines that probably we will build 200 years from now. You know what I mean? If you saw these as three-dimensional objects, for me, these appear as three-dimensional objects. So for me, their geometry, it can simultaneously be in 3 dimensions and 2 dimensions. On a piece of paper, do you know, it is true. If you draw a cube on a piece of paper, you're drawing a 3 dimensional phenomena on a 2 dimensional plane. And I feel our linguistic simulation is just like that, where we're drawing 3 dimensional um, visions on a 2 dimensional plane. Language is dualistic, but experience is not. It transcends that. There's a quote from the Sufi mystic Rumi from 800 years ago. He says, I died as a mineral and I became a plant. The evolution of attention from a mineral point to a sort of the plant kingdom. So he says, I died as a mineral and I became a plant. I died as a plant, and he gets really poetic here. I rose to animal. I died as a plant and I rose to animal. I died as an animal and I was man. Just take in the evolutionary sequence he's going. So he was first mineral. It was as if he was just this unknown viewer of the realm. And first the experience was moving through the mineral. Then it was moving through the plant life. Then it moved to the animal life. Then he says, I died as animal and I was man. Then Rumi says, why should I fear death? When was I less by dying? I shall die once more as man to soar with angels blessed. But even from angelhood, I must pass on to that which no mind has ever conceived. That means what is beyond heaven is the inconceivable. The inconceivable, aka the unknown, is the edge, is where evolution is going. That means it started in an unknown way. In the middle of it, it's become known. We're partying it out. And then it's going to go back into the unknown. I predict in a very long time, if we can handle our technology, if we can handle our technology as a species, then I would say, I would predict in an advanced way, we would preserve our individual humanhood for a period of maybe in 10,000 years. We'll get tired of individual biological existence and will surpass concepthood, individual conscious conception. So the whole point of me sharing this thing that this dude Rumi said, the Sufi mystic poet from 800 years ago, is that he's saying it's as if we are thinking an evolution of matter, correct, an objective evolution, but Rumi is entertaining a sort of subjective evolution with an emerging intent energetically that seems to be from a different story. So we got to understand, I understand that it's like you could totally see how Darwin was like, oh man, how can I tell people we evolved from animals? People are going to think I'm insulting them, you know? Imagine Darwin telling his mother, mom, our ancestors were animals. And, Darwin's mother is like, Darwin, no. Don't dishonor your ancestors like that. And Darwin's like, I'm actually honoring them by saying the truth. But the whole point is that we have been fascinated about different sorts of attention and intent, as in unknown attention. I'm telling you, the unknown is the joy of life. You cannot fall in love without the unknown. You cannot feel alive or excited or without the unknown. The unknown is necessary. The unknown is literally like the space to move for where knowledge moves in. That means it's like we right now are in a very ridiculous way treating language, in the way where we're saying, oh my God, some people are this level of intelligence, some people are that level of intelligence, rather than seeing every neuron in the brain is part of the genius of the whole design and system. I feel life is evolving through itself. Now, a certain part of this movement can be interpreted linearly in time. Yeah, evolution is the best Evolution, I could say, is the best explanation in time. But metaphysics becomes interesting to the person if they are any person on this planet who wanders beyond linear time. It's kind of as if you've stepped out of the educational system. You've stepped out of the university. Let me tell you why. This is why philosophers have been quiet in universities. Because if philosophers were actually there to speak, they would shatter linear time. Because time is a certain approach. We wear the watch. Subjectively, we hold the idea. It's like asking someone what time is it, someone who's snoring like in deep sleep, asking them what time is it. You know? It's like, who do you think is there to even answer? I remember bringing up the idea in another way where it's like, imagine a human being on a sphere in a vacuum with the most fanciest watch, looking at the watch and wondering what time is it. What time is it on a sphere in a vacuum? On a sphere in a universe where we can't see its edge. Please, someone tell me, what time is it? I think time needed us to exist. So our attention, it's like time. I have this view that just like how human beings, they're trying to live on through a sort of legacy of effort in this realm. Similarly, I feel ideas are fighting over human attention. And so the best way to pilot in this realm is not per se as an ideological mechanism, but to as if you're playing chess, and sometimes you got to let the world move first and see how the world is drawing the moment, and sometimes you're required to draw the moment. And let me tell you why because if you take 100% natural approach, you nullify the need for a personality. That means if we all wanted to go live in the forest right now, there would be no talk. Literally, nature is silent. Nature's evolution is very silent. Man's evolution is noisy. And now we're becoming conscious, we're even beyond the linguistic simulation. Because it's not that life is a simulation, it's that because we're temporary, everything of value we consider changes, so we feel it's simulated for a while. Because I'll tell you something, guys. In the Sufi tradition, there were some people known as whirling dervishes. Let me see if I could find a picture. So guys, these are the whirling dervishes. These are in Turkey. I think this is in Turkey. But it's from the Sufi tradition. And in the Sufi tradition, these whirling dervishes, they are actually, there's a sort of metaphysics. It's like these human beings right now who are spinning. They're not like, they're not just materialists. And so what does that mean? That means there's various views on what's going on here. I personally take a sort of non-dual integration of the individual with the energy of the space. So I see it as that. But some people have said that when these guys whirl, their consciousness just spirals up. You know how like you anything you move, here's the thing. Anything that you go, um, I'm just saying that when you, for example, a knot, when you have a knot, okay, and you move it to the right, curved circular movement from, oh God, how do I say this? Let me see if I can find a picture. There's something physical about this. All right, guys. So forget the. I've added a picture here. You see this sphere. Forget the text of the diagram that I've shared, but I want you to look at that sphere. Look at the sphere on the left. If there's anyone listening, just say you're acknowledging what I'm saying here. So look at that sphere. When you move right, energy goes up. This is in physics. Now, these people are doing this, so there was this metaphysical angle on the whirling dervishes that these guys are, their consciousness goes above. So all these guys spinning, their consciousness is looking at the whole moment from above the ceiling. Like there's that kind of analogy for it, if you know what I mean, right? So yeah, pretty much that's the idea. Okay, the spinning thing. So these guys would whirl. Look at the guy's eyes. The guy's like somewhere else. The guy's being pulled into his inner realms by maintaining. So you could say yogis would sit still and silent. The whirling dervishes would rotate towards a sort of stillness. Because when you rotate, I've done this, by the way. I've tried this, for a certain time. There was a time I maintained this kind of whirling dance. This was something I was actually introduced by my father to. When I was young in Iran, there would be people like this who would. I've seen dervishes in person, and so when they're doing this, and the whole point of the hat and all this is they've gotten rid of their ego, and they are dissolving they're returning back to an energetic presence. Do you see what I'm saying, folks? These whirling dervishes, we start off as individual, subject-based objects, And these guys were subject-based objects that the object began spinning, where the subject and the attention and the nature of the consciousness couldn't be separate. Now, let me tell you something cool. Probably anybody who's had a fun childhood knows this. But when you spin, reality's visuals change. So if you spin right now, you'll notice that the way you're sensory-wise, the way you're getting the light, it's like different. Do you know? The movement is different. It's as if like spinning a flashlight in a room. It's not the light is not the same way as if the flashlight was still. So there was something about just pretty much all the mystical intentions on this planet have been from a shift from personality back into presence. That's it. We're oscillating between being attributeless present moments, and on another level, it's as if we are personified, you know, we're animals with name tags, you know. But on another angle, we are an event of nature. So as much as I'm here as an individual human being with my own inner realm and story to my life and history and past and sense of future and all this, I know simultaneously as I'm existing as an individual member of civilization, it has a collective value. Maybe its collective value is not conscious. Maybe we don't have a civilization right now that really cares for human beings. Maybe it sees, you know, you can say, if you anything you see as a problem, you can't be a solution to. I don't want to say you can't be a solution to. Anything you see as a problem, it's as if you need different eyes will be seeing the solution. So you can say in any conscious event, which was the whole point of, to be honest, ritual and whatnot back in the day. There was no such thing as like, think of it this way. We are all human beings. We are human beings that are extracting information from our environment. And so people have now noticed there's an inner environment, an inner life, and the simultaneity of these both layers, this whirling dervish is just trying a method to step beyond the inner landscape and the outer landscape. Because really when you go within, there is no within for the within. Only for that which is outside, there is a within. For the within, there is no within. For the presence, there is no location. It's as if we think location first, then our energy, but your presence is how there was an energy to being, to existence. That means we have different experiential, let's say, souls and experience, the Atman, but existence is soul. Existence, all of the universe is soul, is like, you know. So, you know, it's like this notion of having a soul and whatnot. It's not just limited to the human being. You can think like right now, this cup of iced tea has a soul. I could be a panpsychism, you know, we can entertain that. We can entertain the mind is irrelevant to the body, so any body can have a mind potentially. In Shintoism, these dudes were next level. Like, there's some people in the world, they're like, I'm a soul and I will get to my truth. But they're in Shintoism, they were like, holy shit, all matter is a vessel for a highway of souls. They saw the simultaneity of another dimension where what we think is thought is actually beings. We just don't realize it. Do you see? It's strange. It's on some level, it's either a symbiosis of the dimensions, or the two dimensions are fingers as part of the same palm. That means, imagine we were like, yo, the realm is in 5 dimensions. Like back in the day, there was earth, air, fire, water, and ether. These were the dimensions of existence. Right now, the periodic table is contributing to the view on the dimensions of existence. Right now, chemistry class is very long, but back in the day it was short. The guy's like, okay, man, it's just these elements. What do you want me to say? We're primitive. So I'm saying, let's say there were those 5 dimensions. Could those 5 dimensions be a finger? Be fingers on the same palm? So this is what I feel is happening, where we are natural beings, and as natural beings who seem where to us it seems like unnatural, the ego, but we are natural beings, and as natural beings there's ways you can, again, the whole chess thing I was saying, where nature makes the chess move. It's like entering a room and being the silence of the room and hearing the room. For me, listening was very hard until I enjoyed it. I didn't like listening until I understood what it is. It's like going to the movies. When you go to the movies, you sit on a chair and you watch, and you're fascinated by what you're watching. So when I realized that listening is not just it's like there's an art to listening. The art, I'm not joking, there's an art to listening. And really, pretty much it's being, letting the attention and the inner realms draw. Here's the thing. I'm not joking. I think any human being, I think we have a totally archaic view on imagination and the mind currently. And every person has access to rivers of phenomenologies, interpretation moving behind their eyes. Now, if the person is quiet, what I mean quiet, that means you could be right now a billionaire, a politician, the king of a country listening to me. When I say quiet, I'm saying it like how your parents shouted at you, be quiet, when you were a kid. That means it's a silence where you are letting nature, you are respecting the world. That means it's like, sure, if I think all of life is about me, I'll miss out on the world. This is the issue with belief. You know, it's very easy to say those beliefs are ridiculous, but the person is believing that they are believing those beliefs are ridiculous. So the game of belief is like we can all, it's like fighting a hall of mirrors. It's endless. This is why they say nobody has an enemy. It's the mind that portrays the scene in that way. There's a saying that the street smart people in this world understand it. I feel the people who are emotional don't understand it. The street smart person understands yesterday's enemy is tomorrow's friend. What does that mean? Nobody is just one thing in this life. And I honestly think these whirling dervishes, there may be people in like sophisticated secular societies looking at these guys and being like, what are these doing? But I'm telling you, if an alien was looking at this, the alien would be like, whoa, 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 look at what these guys are doing. Out of all the regular habitual behavior, these people are spinning around themselves. And for me, this same spinning, it doesn't matter if you're spinning. This guy doesn't have to spin to be like this. But it's like ceremonially the archetype of his ego gets access in this manner. There's no need for esotericism. You know why? You know why? Because it's not a behavioral truth. Even though we need a stoic approach to advance our civilization, a stoic reform, but I'm telling you, in regards to behavior, it's not ceremony. The gods don't care how if you are worshiping them. If anybody in the world is perceiving the notion of a god, you are God's finest creation. That means I remember sharing this story that this guy made it to heaven somehow, this mystic, this sage. And he pops his head above the clouds, and all the gods are just talking and walking on the clouds. And the guy pops his head over the clouds, and he's like, I made it! I made it, guys! I made it to heaven! And everybody there is like, yo, man, why did you come back? You were meant to go down there to do something. You chose to go down there. You came back too early. And the guy's like, oh, yeah, you're right. And what I mean by this, I mean not from a yogic standpoint where it's like you must step into truth when you see it from the yogic mindset, but from a human mindset. That means if I was a yogi, yeah, this world is an illusion. It's just all pure, pure energies. It's where God's dream right now. God's chilling, So I could totally take that. Take that approach, because in yoga we are like, what is it, Vishnu or Krishna? One of these guys is dreaming. One of these gods, like 3 days of its sleep is like 54 million years of our universe's, existence. That means we thought the universe was real, but God was like, I'm just dreaming, folks. You know, it's a crazy concept. It's like thinking divine intervention is the creator lucid dreaming. I mean, these are, of course, ideas. Everything appears as like you can say the definition of an idea is the containment of phenomena subjectively. Because I'm like, what is knowledge? Are we all taking our memories and we're like sheep herders, where we're just like taking care of the sheep and grazing? I'm like, what is this? You know, there's more to the human archetype. It just hasn't been evolved because we haven't evolved our language, and our language can only evolve through natural means. That means now more than ever, we don't need physical rebels. We don't need violent solutions. We need actual intellectual solutions because the game has been stepped up to a level of dialogue and conversation. Like for me, people may look at the United Nations and being like, how are the nations united? You know, is this a joke? But I have this mentality. No, it's an incredible progress where now nations are speaking to one another. Imagine all the countries in the world. The global stage is a classroom, and there are different kids in a classroom. And war is some countries bullying some other countries. Do you know? Or both countries are fighting over the same pencil, or who needs to have a pencil, who doesn't need to have a pencil. You know, or a classroom of kids fighting over shoes or some shit. You know, like I'm just saying, it's on a level where it's just events taking place, and it's the quality of the event, and there is no leadership. What leadership in this world, right? In a couple of years we're going to have AI be able to see all the blind spots that the human personal character that is perfectly voted is actually imperfectly missing. So I'm saying, like, we have to realize, if we want to be, the more we become are obsessed about information and knowledge, the more the evolution of reality will go towards being a mind moving a body. Right now, I mean, look at evolution. What has it been? Body moving mind. But now we're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Evolution made an object become a subject to itself. Just take that in. Whoever's listening, just take that in. An object became aware of itself and now is acknowledging itself as a subject. And now the level of our discourse is a testament of billions of years of evolution. So technically it took me, what is it, 4 or 5 billion years to give this talk. So this talk has been 4 billion years in the making, guys, you know? Maybe you should put a thumbs up, you know? Maybe you should like it. Honestly, for me, we should create a celebration civilization. A civilization that is celebrating its victories, not crying over its defeats. Oh no. Oh no, we got pushed back. You know? Reality is just I mean, you could say evolution is seeking novelty. I think what is replacing the theory of survival of the fittest is the knower of novelty. The new is our teacher. So it means how we're holding on to reality is crucial as an attitude. For me, the inner realms, anybody can notice it. I was talking to a good friend, Dan, and it was, what was the idea? Um, we were talking about writing and how, like, you know, the person can have an event when they're writing and they're like, I have no thoughts right now. it's like it's writer's block. I have no ideas, and then realizing that idea of having writer's block is a thought, is the thought of the moment. Do you see what I mean? These, as far as I'm concerned, these dervishes are honoring the planet. They are spinning like the planet. They're like, okay, the planet's spinning, we're gonna spin too. Yeah. For me, it's a emergence of a new global advanced empire, but the word empire, we have seen the dark side of it first. It's as if our civilization, the good thing is it's confronted its shadow self. That means on some level, yeah, you look at history and you see all the dictators and the messed up people, and how certain people in power once they got power, they weren't human anymore. They stopped caring on a human level. That's the issue. That's the prayer of every person when they vote. That, hey man, we're voting for you. Be a decent person. Like, see us. That's the whole thing. That's what sets apart leadership. Where if you can see what's being hurt in the system. So that's the thing. Because I am telling you, on some level you see a display of politics where you're like, all right, nice, it's a sophisticated human being with a sophisticated etiquette and style, and you even need that competitive angle, so you need selfishness for competitiveness. So in certain states of mind, but on a massive level, it's just sensitivity to human life. That means, imagine you see you're a human being. It doesn't matter what culture you're from. You just see an older person trip in front of you in the street. What is your impulse? What is your impulse as a human being? Even if you were the most selfish person, you could be like, yo, man, I'm going to get old one day. You know, what if I need help? So from even selfishness, you can come to a selfless conclusion, you know? And so the urge is to be like, holy shit, we got to help the citizen, you know? So that has to be maintained. And the issue is we have professions and systems of work where these systems of work, it doesn't matter how honest you are, because the game is animalistic, it descends, the morality descends. So that means it's as if like in anything you do in this life, the sacrifice is the burden of the new view. But the proper view is like everything is tough. Everything requires some level of effort. You know, when I was a kid, like trying to move a big object was so tough. You know, now moving a big object isn't tough, but if I want to move a bigger object, it's tough. So do you see what I mean? That means if you want perfection in this life, if let's say like a neat freak, you're seeking ideological perfection, you're gonna see it's gonna be like it's not a perfect system. The only perfection is if there's nothing wrong with imperfection. But the issue with that on a cultural level becomes the lack of motivation. That means if we give medals to activities that didn't require effort, then real people won't actually put real effort for those medals. So what I feel really needs to happen is that we have to systemize honor, okay, as a dimension in reality. Because the issue is, it's like when you look at a person's work, you're a human being in a 24-hour system, you know, and it's you have in different moments different energy levels and different openness to intent. No, 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 no. Update. So, guys, Charles says something interesting in the chat section. He says if you have to choose between following a rule or doing the human thing, ignore the rule and do the human thing. No, 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 no. Update the rule, or in some sense, find a way where the authorization of that is there. You know what it is? I'll give you an example. It's like this in life. You want to write a letter. Let's say you want to write a letter. You go to write this letter, somebody comes and takes your pen and runs out of the room. You're like, gosh, man, I was writing this letter. What is this? You go find another pen. You pick up, you write you're like 2/3 of the letter is done. Somebody else comes and grabs your pen, right? You're about to write the last sentence of the thing. Somebody else comes and grabs your pen, but you keep on sitting down, and writing this. And that's the thing, It's as if like the whole point of the human dimension is so by becoming aware of it, we can update the rule. The rule is just waiting for the human update. That means we can't have birds and squirrels come and build an advanced civilization. It's human engagement and care. Do you see how these guys care for each other's space? They're not all hitting each other when they're dancing. You see? So that means they are caring for the rule of space, just physical spacing between one another. Do you see? But at the same time, they're engaging their human dimension. I think rules just need to be good enough. They don't need to be perfect. They just need to be good enough for efficient activity to be possible. Right now, my view isn't, when I say an advanced civilization, it's not to just like, even though I'm just like Zen, they say, if you want to climb a mountain, start at the top. Even though I see in my inner realms, I see a vision of the mountain peak, but it's as if an advanced civilization needs to hold on. That means it needs to care for the fruits of its efforts. That means we take this for granted, but it takes energy to be a human being. And to be a good human being, and when I say good, that means one that cares for the advancement of the system. All I can say is that 50% of life, it's unknown variables. You have no choice. You don't know what's going to emerge. You don't know what's going to jump out of the bush. You don't know what's going to happen in the event. 50% just you got to like be a soldier it out. But 50% of it, you can actually observe the content, the sensory, like that means think of your brain as this very fascinating projector dash processor. So it's processing through projection. So this processing through projection, this sensory perception processor, certain parts of this processor are in conscious control. Our hand is not fully on the steering wheel. It's like 50% on the steering wheel. What does that mean? That means nature is also building its artwork while at the same time we're building this artwork. The same time I'm giving this talk, there's events taking place in this world that could surpass this talk. That could be in the moment surpassing this talk. So we have to find tolerance for the multidimensional, which both the secular and the religious haven't done. Did you know this? Even though religion has a multidimensional framework, but its metaphysics is mystery. What does that mean? That means you go ask a religious person, what is the soul? They would say it's the secret of God, it's the mystery, it's the hidden will of God. It's like, don't ask questions, buddy, or we're gonna stamp blasphemy on your shirt. So so do you see what I mean? So both the religious mindset did not tolerate a full multidimensionality, and the secular, the materialist. So the immaterialist didn't see this the middle way, and the materialist didn't see the middle way. And this I noticed this gap, and that's why I'm like, yo, advanced communicator archetype can fill this space. that human beings stop identifying with the content of their perception, but realize that the free will allows them to see multiple interpretations. It's like everybody should play chess at least once in their life. Just try it out once in your life, even though you might not dislike it. When you play chess, when it's your turn, first you wait for the other side to make a turn, if you're depending on your pieces, right? So if the other side makes it's like the other side makes their move, and now it's your turn. Now, before you make your move, just take it in. Just take this in. How many pieces can you move? You have options in any moment to move advance different dimensions. So just like in chess, you could move your pawn, you could move your horse, your queen, whatnot. There's certain strategies. Once I played with chess with this diabolical genius, which I never knew who the person was, but the person brought their king out, and I wasn't that good at chess at the time, and the person brought their king out, and they brought all their pieces out, one by one, and I was hitting all their pieces. I'm like, look at this fool. And then it was as if the person had opened up my defenses and instantly checkmated me. So there was such a level of strategy, such a access to various possibilities of the action and the decision before it's made. Like, have you noticed, like in movies, when there's a guy moving past a bridge or like some beam between two cliffs of a canyon, the guy's afraid of heights, and his friend's like, "Don't look down," and the guy's like telling himself, "Don't look down, don't look down." The guy is talking to himself to commit himself to passing through the event. So what happens when experience shakes is inner dialogue begins. Any person who has a sort of intense extreme experience in this life, you're going to have accompanied after that inner dialogue. It's the same thing with emotional outbursts. It's like an angry person who redlines the engine, and then at some point they're like, okay, there isn't that reason for you to be that angry. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you can if you're sharp, if you're wise as a person, you'll notice that you can see when a person is angry, if they're locked in their inner realms, or they're aware of the outer realms. For me, I was like, this is domestic violence. This is the reasoning. This is the reasoning of all those relationships where, for example, the men are hitting the women, or the women are hitting the men nowadays. So it's like the relationship is, in any relationship, it's just that it's like, is the person aware that beyond the way they're seeing things, there's a possibility. So any person who's in a relationship with someone who is locked in their inner realms, be careful. That's a dangerous relationship. That's a dangerous friend. A friend that only sees them, a person who only sees themselves can't have friends, because they have betrayed all of them. Do you see what I mean? That means it's like the human dimension, the human experience is the greatest reference for honesty, the direct experience of it. You see? I'm saying that if the person is locked in their inner realms, I'll be honest, you don't give a shit about your outer realms. I'll give you an example. Imagine that I'm holding a cup of iced tea in my hand. Imagine I say from this moment on, and people are like, "Mr. Within, don't do it. No, don't." And I'm like, the world, the whole universe is a cup of iced tea. I believe this. And Big Bang, there was no Big Bang. Someone just poured iced tea into the cup. And I believe this. And this is me getting locked in my inner realms. People are like, "No, man, what are you saying? Cup of iced tea is this origin of the world. What are you saying, man?" I'll be like, "No. Imagine I'm so locked in my inner realms, and it's like, do you see what I mean?" I mean, that's just a ridiculous example, But I'm saying, like, that's the getting locked in the inner realm. Now, in relationships, imagine, all around the world, where there's abuse and violence in the relationship. I was in an apartment in the Yonge and Finch area in Toronto, in North York, and my neighbor above, I could hear the screams of the wife. Do you know? Like when I would say screams, not screams, it was like a Persian family above, so I'm Persian myself. It was a Persian family, and I could hear like their words. I could understand what they were saying. And it was as if, you know what it was? It was as if the guy, and I even had, because I would give talks in the patio, in the balcony, I had even conflicts, arguments with that guy too. The guy was an animal. The husband was an idiot. The husband was like literally a dog where you've cut its ear. You know, the husband was an idiot. But but anyways, you can totally see it's like they were a new immigrant couple. That means so many people don't realize that there is a lot of immigration that happens, for example, to Canada, but the people are not living with a free mindset as if they're in Canada. They're still living with the cultural limitations. It's like immigrating to a new country, but because your inner realms are the same as the country before you were in before, you're technically not living in a new country in your inner realms. So there's a lot of immigration where the inner realms of the people have not embraced the cultural context. And maybe it could be for good reason. You know, sometimes it doesn't mean all cultural programs are perfect. You know, but it just means that in order to be able to communicate and live in an environment as people, we have to speak the same language of what is real to us on some level. So we have to, that's kind of like the diplomacy on the table, where they say in any sort of negotiation or business meeting or anything, anytime you speak to a human being, you must keep you must have, what is the way I could say it? You don't need to trust the person, but you don't need to have trust. There doesn't need to be mutual trust, but there needs to be mutual respect, because we need to sit at the same table if we want to design a better civilization. So in any situation you are, you know, you can be a bulldozer and not give a shit about the environment and just go and feel like, yeah, life is just like this. Or you can not make the first chess move and dwell in the moment. Be the watcher of the moment until you're required to use the advanced technology of language and individualism. So you need to have that. You doesn't mean you should trust people, but you should respect how they are an evolutionary effort of existence of the world. That means regardless of how much I dislike a human being, they are literally an update of the species. Their ancestors continued. That means everybody should be proud right now of who's alive. Your ancestors made it, you know? When you look in the mirror, you're like, all your ancestors are like, nice. You know, we got to the next phase. The genetical content got to the next phase. Yeah. So that's the thing, right? That level of mutual respect before mutual trust, trust has to come from action. That means this is the whole, okay, so I'm kind of going too fast here. Let me say it like this. Back to the idea of that guy who was hitting his wife. He was locked in his inner realms. He felt his view on the moment was superior. Now, this doesn't mean just because someone feels their moment is superior to the moment that it's not. But it just means that because he could not notice his wife's inner realms, he was numb to the fucked upness of when he hit his wife. Do you see what I mean? The inner realms make you numb to suddenly what's been going on in the outer realms if you're in the inner realms too long. This is why I'm saying, like in my school of thought, the soul doesn't have a personality. It doesn't have a cool storyline. I wish. But for me, it's as if there's a void in the background that begs to differ with any sort of linguistic design. So these mystics sometimes would spin for hours, guys. Like that's like Guinness Book of Records, level. The way you get out of your inner realms is either your a lion comes and roars at you, someone matches the intensity of your inner realms and shakes you out of it, or you from inside are like, holy shit, you suddenly you snap out of it. So how you snap out of the inner realms is by treating, like, imagine right now, if you saw 7 days in a week, people are living, what is the trend? Selfish, 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 Monday selfish, Tuesday selfish, Wednesday selfish, Thursday selfish. Imagine you lived Monday selfish, Tuesday selfless, Wednesday selfish, Thursday selfless. What would that do to the psychology of the human being? I will tell you, I said it in a talk a while ago. I'm like, just for one day, let the world make only chess moves. Watch the chess moves of the world. Be selfless for a day. Don't try to be anything or a thought for a day, for one day. And you'll be fascinated. You'll be fascinated how we are. It's like the body it is, it's like the house grants it a sort of a singular dimension of materialistic phenomena. But I'll tell you, in regards to the mind is, see, here's the thing, the body is held by a world, the world is held by a mind, the world is known, the mind that is holding it remains as the unknown. This is why the mind is like the gateway, it's literally the portal between the material and the immaterial way of causal being, where you think about your universe, and you, in one angle, mind was here first, then matter, and then at another angle there was matter here first, then mind. So right now the mainstream, as human beings, we're like evolution. So matter became sophisticated and then mind emerged. But these guys who are spinning, they're not seeing it that way. These guys who are spinning right now, these whirling dervishes, they're saying it is the mind of the beloved, that we are the rays of the sun. So anyways, guys, oops. gotta put the image back up. Hang on, folks. Okay. So yeah, so that's the point, guys. Now back to a design component of this episode, because I brought the idea of the bowling ball theory, I can't let it go. So first of all, we've established that, including even in snowflakes in life, even when the human being wonders what a tree is made of, the atomic interpretation even holds geometry. So what does this mean? This means that there is our voices, our nature. So it's like our language. Right now I'm speaking English, okay? So that's, imagine a level of language. Then there is geometry. Then there is nature, a collective mind. So geometry is the language between collective minds and individual minds, I would say. Because right now I'm using the English language as an individual. Now I wonder, what's the collective? You see in nature geometry. So if man, instead of using his own alphabet, observe nature with such a dexterity and concentration that we started building it's very complex. I mean, I gotta leave it for another talk, but I'm just saying that our language is, because it can have a geometrical translation, Sorry guys, I gotta write something down so I don't forget it. There we go, perfect. I was just making a note how from the atom we went to the eventum, a term I've created for the smallest unit of the psyche, which is an event. And then the event holds geometry. And so we're oscillating between geometrical unknown and known non-geometrical illusion of humanhood. So, this could be, these are possibilities to fathom, of course. So it's the complex thing where we were trying to connect neural behavior with what it means to be a person and the emergence of personality. So now Mr. Within is saying the next step is having the relationship of an atom. And I noticed that nobody's called it, that there should be a smallest unit for the artificial, for the linguistic simulation. So what I'm saying is, in the objective realm, we have atoms as the smallest units, in a way of speech, and in the inner realms, the eventum is the smallest unit. And if atomic reality is geometric and eventum, our psyches, are the psyche of the attention of the human being, is because phenomena is passing through it like stuff in a camera, in front of a camera moving, there is a constant interpretation. So that means there's a classification of events. So the soul is the divider of the events in life, you know. I would say that that could be a definition for the soul, that which is creating the categories, the discriminatory part of the processing data, sensory data processor. Discrimination is strangely divine. Well, I shouldn't say discrimination. I should say discretion, or just an ability to look at a system and be able to see it as all occurring as one event, and being able to see it as separate multidimensional probabilistic sparks of cause and effect phenomenology. So it's like, I'm just saying that geometry, our voices are geometry. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Now, I'm saying geometrical voices in unknown universal pockets. So, if we found the language of nature, the ultimate language of nature, which is geometry. Oh, okay, Daniel says differentiation. Yeah, that's a better word. Instead of discrimination, I would say differentiation, being able to tell them apart, you know? So, we are wondering about, all right, we figured it out. We looked at snowflakes, we looked at atoms, we looked at everything, and we realized pretty much it's attention to design before it's character in a story. Now, if it's attention to design, so now it's attention to the design of the mystery. Now, think of it this way. I want you to imagine a bowling ball. Everybody, a black bowling ball, okay? Completely black bowling ball. And I want you to imagine inside the three pockets of the bowling ball, but they go to the center of the bowling ball. They're not just finger length. The holes in the bowling ball go to the center, okay? Now imagine two of the holes connect, one of the holes doesn't. Now, if we were to treat this as if one view is, there's like we are in a world and there's a hole in a part of the painting, like part of the wall of the universe, there's the black hole in it. The other design view, I'm just contributing here to the design, another way to see if we can think about it. That it's like a bowling ball where we're inside a sphere. Do you see what I mean? You know, every day I wonder what will happen, only to know that things have just been happening, regardless of reason, regardless of its lack, regardless of whatever story human beings have said. The future event is where all our attention is going. You know, like this is the riddle. What do 8 billion uh, creatures who have been given advanced tools and instruments do before they fade like candles? Without honor means that the conscious mind understood where it was standing on. There was a point where I was in a situation where I was getting angry, and in my inner realms, I felt it was like a very kind of ancient Greek moment where the Logos was telling me, don't touch the moment. Where in my inner realms, there was a sort of, like for me, I could say there's an instantaneity to my inner realms. I think everybody's is instantaneous, but the way we are conditioned, we we have it's like we all have great ability, but we have interpreted it in different ways. Because there is no greatness for a solo pilot. This realm is collective. Its greater dimensions only activate if human beings rhythmically work together. But that rhythm has to surpass a language of bias, a language where stories take up the time where the human being actually had to be a human being. Right now, there should be two initiatives. The honor has been, the educational system has dishonored itself. That is its issue. It has no honor. If it had honor, it would give more than it would take. The weak take. They have to, because they are believing they're weak. What choice do they have? What choice does a weak man have other than to perish? But here's the thing, where you take the choice prior to the definition of weakness, and you shout at yourself, who was I before I was who I am now? Then your eyes breathe as if like the simulation of the belief is cracking, you know? And that's when tears find you, when you realize your whole life you have been looking at the painting in a certain way, and there were more paintings, and you just laugh and cry at the same time. How a lifetime was wasted, yet a lifetime could never be wasted. It's effort. It's all nature's effort. Nature is pushing somewhere, regardless of our beliefs or disbeliefs. Nature's dance continues. You know, there's a saying that there were people back in the day. It brought, like, this was something that, like, hopefully I could get through saying this. But there were certain people. There was this guy who was attempted, this holy man back in the day, who his food was poisoned. And legend had it that the moment he was about to eat the food, a voice, and people in shock in that moment, there was a voice, as if a voice in the moment, as if said, shout, the food, the food. Sorry guys, I'm getting a bit emotional here, but the idea is that there was this holy man back in the day. They poisoned his food. He's about to eat his food. The food shouts and says, don't eat me. The whole point of that story is that nature is us, and it has a voice, and its voice to the known mind will be the unknown. To the unknown, it will be the known. Same way right now, we're creatures that know ourselves, and we're like, what is there beyond this? There's probably some beings, some disembodied beings who are like, yo, I'm so unknown. What if there's something known out there? You know what I mean? The whole point is creating the system's ability to integrate to change. For me, my whole life is to uh, archaically revive the castle in the sky. That's why I honestly feel like that's really why I feel I'm personally alive. Because the concept of the castle in the sky meant a kingdom no longer ruled by rules on earth, a kingdom that had ascended to a level of its own freedom. Imagine being king of a castle in the sky. You know what that means? That means you are the king of the sky. I'm being poetic here. The castle in the sky is the advanced civilization. It's literally, if you think about cities, like the cities, they talk about it. Some people talk about it, environmentalists even, where they're like, okay, so the environment's pretty messed up. What do we do? The environment, like we had people in Japan years ago. It was, what was it, in 2016, where there was an earthquake, tsunami, like some messed up natural disaster, and it was tragic. I remember seeing the video, and so I was thinking, what would that mean? How would we have solved this problem? And I realized the issue was we don't have cities that could jump up when the water is about to come. So we need to create cities that have the capability to be intelligent when the environment's getting messed up. So we have to build cities that are surviving to their fittest. So intelligent cities, and when you think about the intelligence, all the issues, all the problems of the city is because it's on land. If we were living in sky cities, that not only solves overpopulation, the problem of overpopulation, but it also solves the problem of having to fight every natural disaster. The evolution of this castle in the sky, which was the archaic, it was like that was the pioneering idea, the castle in the sky. Whoever brought that idea in legend was my heart has already saluted their eyes, because the point of it is intelligence means ability. Ability means whatever landscape you can pilot through. Now, when suffering, objective suffering increases, it is true that a lot of people who go towards metaphysics is because something is bothering them, something is incomplete. And the whole task of the person being so submissive, like you see a lot, I was in the, it was strange when I went to India, like, you know, I was looking at a lot of people, and there was a lot of people who were there who it was, you could see their hearts were pure, but they had distrust in their own cultural program. They had distrusted where in the world their eyes had opened. You see, when you're on the battlefield, you're on the battlefield. Now, in the battlefield, what happens realistically? Let's say you're a general on a battlefield and you're seeing a warfare happen. You know what happens? Some soldiers, they don't run into the battlefield. They can't. They're too paralyzed, as if destiny is commanding them, don't move. You know? And so then there's another, the soldiers who they run in the battlefield, but they're amateurs, they don't know what to do, so they need to follow. These soldiers are following other soldiers who are just, they're going on a certain strategy. Because what it is going on is, what it means to be a soldier really is, if we take it away from the savage warfare archetype only on a designer level, like a psychologist wondering, what's this warrior thinking when he's killing people on the battlefield? You know, so like from that angle, the psychology of the warrior is the implementation of strategy. Whether you like it or not, whether you care to call it that or not, we are creatures that strategize. Even the young child strategizes. The young child strategy for getting things is wah, wah, wah. So it's a strategy. It's something that is, it leads to an effect, you can say. You see, now the quality of the strategy is how precise the effect is, and how precise the effect is has to do with, in Sun Tzu, The Art of War, where he gives the greatest teaching on to the tactical mind. See, to witness the balance of heaven and earth. That means higher ground was like heaven. When it was, there was something, I don't think I'm being accurate here, but there was something about rain. When it was rain, it was as if the moment was more yin than yang. Or when it was sunny, the moment was more yang than yin. Do you know that means the psychologies of people battling in a rainy battlefield is different? You know, battling in the rain, I think stealth tactics at night, if there was a warfare and you were in the, imagine medieval times or whatever, you know, back in the day, and it was just with swords and shields and you were in the ground, and let's say there was thing, I think the situation would be like, I don't know, I think warriors should have had worn their shields on their backs when they fight, and fight with two weapons. But I don't know, I mean, that tactics, I mean, but anyways, the whole notion of it was that some people don't engage the system. Some people engage the system, but artificially. Some people have understood the value of the system and they engage it really. That's the difference. That means for me, it's like all behavior, all language, it's costume games. Momentary costume games. Momentary inner realm evocation of properties of solid individualism. But it's not, it's never really solid. Behind our eyes, the mind is like a liquid, the body is like a solid, the soul is like gas. You know? You know what I mean? It's like this is why the more things in life go away and the more human being sees emptiness. In the Zen mind, there was a divinity to emptiness, but they didn't have the concept of divinity. We are now wondering what will happen to geometry in the unknown. And if we can have the compassion of not Mother Teresa level of compassion, but a level, not Gandhi, Dalai Lama attitudes of compassion, but a compassion of different astronauts in the space station. For me, there's a poetry to that image. Something so incredible that I see the psychology of the advanced communicator, that we all see Earth when we're in dialogue. Because we're on Earth, we don't see the planet. For me, there should be this huge thing where astronauts should, I don't know, but they definitely should have that next level poetic mind. Astronauts should just, any astronaut who's alive, you should just go around different universities sharing the poetry. The poetry of what your eyes saw. That when we are beyond our atmosphere, we don't fear our unity. It's our home down there. But when we're in our home, yo, this is my house. No, the other person's like, no, it's my house. It's like we're painting the face of this world and scratching it with our claws. You know? It's this savageness of identity. Even nations are identitying with colors and symbols. That means it's like, why don't nations have psychologists? Why doesn't a nation go to the psychologist? Why doesn't the UN have a department where psychologists from all around the world are sitting there and they're talking about the moral value of all the decisions being made, the moral implications? Why don't we have the other dimensions join in on the advanced pursuit? Because what it really means, what those words written on the United Nations, regardless of how corrupt or uncorrupt honest man's nature is, those words written on the United Nations, just the words United Nations, those are sacred. That the concept of the union is a sort of remembrance it was united. So the thing is, we just need to get the story going. It's as if people running in the streets, it's like an advanced civilization is coming. An advanced civilization. And people are like, what? People at night, there's some people are running with lanterns shouting at advanced civilization coming. Like old school philosopher, Life is an event. It's an event that our participation can change its texture. I think this view that we're just one kind of self our whole life is too archaic and old and never was the case. That behind our eyes, as Chung Tzu says, thoughts are like leaves on a tree. They change as the seasons come and go. So it means there is a sort of, you can say even to reactions to light. Imagine we were trying to classify all the memories a person had in accordance to how much light in the room there was, like actual light. Like some memories you were in a dark room. Some memories it was a sunny day, you were outside. Some memories you stepped into a temple and there was like the room, like a candle glow inside the temple or something, like the Vishnu temple or whatever. So I'm saying there's no point of fighting over good and bad. It doesn't end. You can look at something and endlessly see. If you look long enough, you can see more good angles than bad. If you look long enough, you can see more bad angles than good. I mean, the mind has the permission to evoke endless imagery. It's just, what is the attention doing? There was one of my favorite comedians is this guy named Sebastian Maniscalco. I recommend people to check him out. He's like, he saw something. He's like this guy who's had a very like disciplined upbringing, and he saw someone do something. I don't remember the exact event, but he saw someone do something like something ridiculous. Oh yeah, he saw someone eat like a muffin in a mushed way or in a strange way, and then he's like, "What are you doing?" I can't do it. It's like, what are you doing? Like the way he said it was as if like self-awareness is the key to the doors of life, to the greater doors of life. But the self eventually becomes on some point inseparable. So that means it's like midway through becoming a Buddha, because there's the whole responsibility of a civilization to take care of, the bodhisattva archetype naturally emerges. So that means it's as if the person managed to find their individual paradise. Now you built your individual heaven on earth. Imagine you're a person who you're content with your inner realms. Now the only things left is the collective paradise we want to build on earth. And there's different models, and now more than ever, especially before the year 2045 or 50, someone said, Ray Kurzweil, this futurist, says that's when there's going to be a technological singularity. So there's a singularity in regards to a concept, in regards to astrophysics and black holes, and then there's the idea of singularity in technological circles as a point of sort of past the event horizon, in some sense, a point where technology is updating itself faster than human beings can control it or update themselves. So what that means is there's a huge potential after the year 2045, we're going to have the first time historic event of a symbiosis of a natural intelligence with a completely unnatural, superior to us intelligence. Not morally or in a human dimension superior, but in regards to calculation and possibilities. So that means it's like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy level of attainment, where we're reaching that point where we're getting close to that machine that could give us answers we couldn't fathom, you know. And for me, in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, when the machine says 42, that is the answer. There's nothing wrong with that answer. If you have a Zen view, that is the answer. That means it doesn't matter what it is. It is matter moving. The shores of phenomenology, really. Because for me, you might not believe it, but when a person speaks, so if somebody hasn't spoken much, you won't notice this. But if you speak a lot, you suddenly have an appreciation for all those people who spoke. Why? Because every time you breathe, it's like whatever you were thinking was like written on sand, and the ocean waves came and smoothed it out. You know, sometimes when I increase the speed of the talk, the inner realms are way more vivid. Sorry, guys, my attention wasn't on the chat section, so I don't know, Robert, what you mean. What it means, guys, is that civilization is leveling up, and we need to be prepared. Now, what is leveling up? Sorry guys, I got interrupted again. Yeah, pretty much, I don't know. My effort in this talk has been to share that there's a geometry to reality. I think geometry is divine. It's the language of nature. And I feel we are having a static interpretation. We're looking at geometry like a painting on a wall rather than seeing it as a potential for a film. I feel geometry is a very crucial component. Now, if we're through the geometrical language, through the lens, let's even call it the lens, you know, like through a geometrical lens, the known is in the unknown. The known needs the unknown to move in a new way, to be known in a new way. So the unknown is required either way. So the unknown isn't going anywhere. So the fact that we think this world can be known could be an error. That's one outcome. Another outcome is that it's an opportunity to see if it's not an error. So anyways, guys, thanks for tuning in. And if we were in the pocket of universal intelligence, then fear is a mirage. That means you can only fear in the dualistic level. You could say nothingness doesn't have problems, oneness doesn't have any problem, infinity doesn't have problems. It's only it's only just a certain range. Our problems exist as 1/4 of the dimension. 3/4 of it is irrelevant to any idea the human being has ever had. 3/4 of this world is irrelevant to any conceivable linguistic movement. So that is the conclusion of today's episode. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I'm going to share the Discord link. Feel free to join the philosophical discussion. Blessings.